In mind here to lead us in the invocation. We'll do the pledges after that. So if you would please rise.
Thank you, Judge. Let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we come before you, Lord. We thank you for this day. We thank you for your many blessings that you've given us, that you've poured out upon us and upon this county, upon this nation. And I pray, Lord, that you would continue to pour yourself out. I ask, Lord, that you would bless this county, that you would bless the leadership of it. These newly elected officials, Lord, I pray that you bless Judge Connie Scott. And I ask, Lord, that you order her steps. Your word says that unless you build a house, they labor in vain who build it. So I pray your wisdom and your guidance to always lead this court. I ask, Lord God, that you would give us discernment in a time, Lord, where it is difficult to discern right from wrong and good from evil. We pray for your supernatural discernment, Lord, that we would be able to see through the midst. We ask, Lord God, that you just bless our county and bless all those who have any part of decision making, Lord, that wisdom would prevail through it all, Lord. I pray that it would be led with boldness and not fear, for you have not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. We put all these things, Lord, this first meeting of 2023, I pray, Lord, that you would order our steps throughout it all. We pray in Jesus' precious, powerful, and mighty name. Amen. Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
I believe we have a quorum here. This is January the 4th. It is 8:36. We are at the 901 Leopard, Nueces County Courthouse, and we are ready for a meeting. Thank you. We have a resolution first on the agenda in support of efforts for a second causeway for Padre Island. I believe Brent Chesney is going to take this.
Thank you, Judge. I apologize. I forgot we moved that up. This is a, let me get to it. This is a resolution in support of a second vehicular causeway to Padre Island in addition to the existing JFK Causeway. Representative Todd Hunter has been leading the efforts in regards to TxDOT along with another contingency on the island, which I've been a part of. And this is kind of the first round. You'll be seeing these resolutions in other bodies, hopefully the city of Corpus Christi, the city of Port Aransas, and other places to show support. It's simply an attempt to start the process at a different level or take it to a different level. The process has been ongoing for many years, but we have to go to TxDOT, we have to get on their list, and we have to get this very important second vehicular causeway started. The island, Port Aransas, the growth out there has been incredible. It will continue to be incredible. I think it's going to be even more so with all the development that's going on out there. So I think it's incumbent upon this body to support this resolution, send it to the legislative delegation, and especially to Representative Hunter and Senator Hinojosa and Senator LaMantia and Representative Herrera. I've got to remember everybody there. I'm not trying to leave out, but it's in Todd Hunter's district, and so he's leading the effort on it. So I would move passage in regards to the resolution. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes. Kara, I have this signed here. Do I hand it to you now, or do we wait?
Judge,
Yeah.
can you make sure you speak into the mic so the people in the room can hear you?
I guess I got to get a little closer. Sorry. Have no monitor either. We're having a little bit of difficulties this morning, but it will get better. Not that I'm aware of. Oh, I didn't sign the rest of this underneath here. Sorry. Okay, you bring it later. Thank you. Item E, announcement on disclosure of conflicts of interest. Any conflicts of interest or appearance of a conflict of interest with items on this agenda shall be declared at this time. I am declaring my conflict. I will be abstaining from regular agenda item A12 today. Is there any other conflicts?
No, ma'am.
So being, we'll move on to public comment. We have two people signed up for public comment today. Margaret Duran, you are signed up. You're on item number 2. Do you want to speak when it comes up, or are you ready to speak now? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Margaret Duran of 4022 Congressional Drive here in Corpus Christi. The Nueces County appointment to the Port of Corpus Christi is a decision with not only regional but international impact. The former judge caused the notice to seek applications to be posted on December 16, with a deadline for applications to be submitted by December 28th. Obviously, a very busy time of the year. As the newly elected judge, please show your preference for an open and transparent application process. I ask that you table the agenda item and reopen applications for this very important position. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ron Graben, Graben, I did it right the first time. Thank you. Hey,
Number
Ron.
5. Okay. Ron Graven, I'm the president of the North Beach Community Association, and I'm here representing the community. I'd like to speak to the issue of the breakwater oyster project. This is the first time, to our knowledge, that we have a mechanism in place to help mitigate some of the damage that is created by storm and tidal waves coming into our beach areas. The point I want to bring out is these grants are written in a specific way, and if they are modified too much, we may not be eligible for matching funds. So I have not read the proposal, but I'm asking that you look at it and with close eyes. And we don't. I understand that there may be $90 million in addition of matching funds. So please, when we look at this proposal, keep that in mind. And we are very much in favor of some type of mitigation, and there's been all kind of science, and I think you're aware of all that. And the deadline is approaching. I think you're aware of that as well. So we just want to go on record as saying that we would very much like to move forward on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron. Is there anyone else here today that wants to do public comment? Okay, we will move on to item G, accepting the minutes from December the 14th, 2022. You have all have them in your packets. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes to adopt the minutes from the December 14th, 2022 meeting. Moving on to item H, board appointments. Item number 1 is Nueces County Coastal Parks Board. I'd like to say something quickly about this before I open it up to you all. If you are all okay with this, I would like to table this to, I have not had a chance to meet with these applicants. I tried to set up some meetings. There was a couple at the last minute that I didn't get a chance to see. I also think because 2 people stepped down, didn't fill out their application that were on the board, I think I would be asking you all if we could reopen this application process until January 12th and possibly put it on our January 18th meeting.
Is that a motion?
A motion, yes.
I second that.
Any other discussion about it? Anybody? If there's none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hey, Judge Scott?
Yes.
You want to open it up until the 12th, January 12th, and then, okay.
Yes,
table it till
and then
18th,
put it
just
on
to
the
confirm.
18th
Okay.
meeting. Yes,
Okay.
please.
So we're going to extension to the 12th?
Yeah.
We're going to extend it to the 12th?
Yes, extend it to
Applications
the
open
12th.
until the 12th.
Item number 2, the Port of Corpus Christi Authority. We are now open for motions on the appointment process there. I would like to also make a motion there. I have known this individual for a long time. She was born and raised here in Nueces County. Her family has a large
Excuse me,
legacy.
Judge, before I make a motion, I like to have nominations.
Oh, I'm
You know,
sorry.
I guess-
Nominations, yes, sorry.
I like to
Thank
have
you.
nominations, and you can probably select from those nominations is who we want to vote for, but.
I didn't know the
'cause
process.
I mean, I have somebody I want to nominate too, but I just think that if we have nominations, then we can
I
select
appreciate
from
that.
that nomination.
Yes, I wasn't
So,
sure how this part works,
good.
so thank you.
Yeah,
Because my nomination would be Gabby Canales right now, so.
you want to just,
You want to just do
well,
your
we've been
nomination?
nominating lately, so if you want to just do your nomination first, or, I mean,
I move that we nominate Gabby Canales.
We have a motion to nominate Gabby Canales.
Judge, I also have want to nominate someone.
Yes.
I'd like to-
Commissioner
A
Hernandez?
motion on the floor.
We need a motion on the floor. We need a
Oh, I'm
second
sorry.
to his motion first.
Go ahead.
Do we have a second to Commissioner Gonzalez's motion?
And a point of clarification, Judge, I'd like to see us make sure of all times, we should have had that in place for this position. And I mentioned it before, but we need staff to bring us a policy that will help clarify our appointments. I cut my teeth, as I know that Commissioner Chesney did when we were on the city council. Nominations were made across that entire 9-member body. So you could potentially have 9 names mentioned, and then you work your way down by rounds.
And that's what I meant. That's
And
what
I think there's some great names here and some great applicants, and if we could at least allow for their names to be put up, and if there's not a majority in the first round, if we could come the second round, then let's regroup and do that.
I'll rescind my motion to go back and just like nominate people, and then we select from those nominations.
well,
But
we've been doing it for the last 3 years with nominations. So if someone wants to make a nomination, then they should have the opportunity to make a nomination. And if you want to bring a policy, because we've done this, we've done this for
That's what
the
I'm
whole
saying.
last
I
4
don't- I
years.
don't
We
want
did
to
it on
complicate it
nominations.
now.
No, I get it.
I don't
I'm
want
just-
to complicate it now.
No, I'm
absolutely.
just saying,
Yeah.
the last 4 years, we've done it as nominations. If we want to change that, then we always have the right to change that. But if someone wants to make a nomination, you've nominated people that have got appointed, so forth. So I get this is a difficult day, but if someone wants to make a nomination, then they ought to be able to make a nomination.
Yeah.
So,
I-
I mean,
And I agree with your point. We had
I mean,
some
but-
excellent candidates. We have
Well,
excellent candidates.
Like I said, this now, it's not the time, we should have had something in place, but
Right.
I think for future appointments, but,
I guess my nomination stays.
yeah,
Your nomination is, so we have a motion and a nomination for Gabby Canales. Do we have a second? There being none, we move on to further.
motion to nominate Catherine Hilliard.
We have a motion to nominate Catherine Hilliard. Do we have a second? There is no second. Moving on.
Make a motion to nominate Diana Gonzalez.
I second that motion. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I would have to stay with my nomination, so.
Understand.
No.
Yes. So 3 in favor, 2 opposed. So Diane Gonzalez, you are nominee for the Port Commission. Thank you for signing up. We appreciate your service. We appreciate your family's legacy here in the community. We know you're going to serve well for the port, do well, and serve Nueces County as well. So thank you.
Judge Scott?
Oh, sorry, do I need
She's
to read it?
appointed?
Uh-huh.
She's, okay, not nominated, she's been appointed.
She's appointed, yes, sorry. There's probably going to be a lot of that today.
Yeah,
so
it's okay.
Thank
No,
you.
It's good, it's okay, I got you.
Moving on to the consent agenda, do we have any items in the consent agenda that need to be pulled for discussion?
G.
G?
G? You said G?
Judge, and I believe L needs to be tabled.
Yeah, I got a table to,
Table L. Any
you
others?
said G, Commissioner? Commissioner, you said G?
G. So do I have a motion to approve consent agenda items, all excluding item G and item L? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
On the second.
In the consent agenda, excluding
approve the rest.
item G and item L.
To pull?
Pulled,
You're
yes,
gonna
for
approve all the rest
discussion.
of them, right?
Yes, yes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? We're all unanimous, so that passes. Brent, you want to bring up item G?
Judge, the number one, I don't believe, it needs to be tabled indefinitely until we revisit that process. And so I would make a motion to table G1
Second.
indefinitely until you're ready to bring that back up or someone else wants to bring it back up. But
For now, she's going to be serving and moving later. Okay, we have a motion and a second to table indefinitely item number 1. All in favor?
aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes to table indefinitely. Nueces County Representative on the Regional Economic Development Corporation. Moving to item number 2, Nueces County Library Advisory Board.
Judge, that's another one where what I would like to do is bring back all of our advisory boards for the court's review and discussion of whether or not we need certain advisory boards in Nueces County, ones that are statutory, obviously, not TERS boards, not EDC boards, but ones that are advisory in nature, and really review and discuss if we need these boards. And so I think before we open this one up, and these people will hold over, and I'm not saying that they would be on the list to not do. I'm just saying when I saw it, I thought let's review the whole process before we start going back down the road of reappointing and appointing things. So I would like to table this till the first meeting in February and ask that the county manager bring back all the boards as an agenda item for review to determine, as an action item to determine if those advisory boards are in fact necessary for the long haul. That would be my motion to table.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion on this?
Yes, Judge. I fully support this item. I just wanted to ask for some clarity on, I agree. I think this is long overdue. We tried this, I think, 4 years ago, and then I think had a meeting or two discussion, and then we kind of had other bigger issues come up beyond that. But I do support revamping or just reviewing all of these boards and commissions and committees that we appoint to. Is there any work, or does the court have any suggestion, Judge, on how to approach this? I mean, what I recall, it was a pretty hairy agenda item, and it took a while. So is there any work that we can do individually, say with the county attorney's office and or our court administrator, so that we can maybe get some of that pre-work done at least, so we're not coming up with some great ideas or questions, and then we have to table again because we can't get it resolved in. I know y'all's plates are already full enough, but if we're going to do this justice, that's my only concern, is if there's something that, if we have a particular group that we really want to focus on and analyze, study more, that we direct staff, and of course, maybe keep the court administrator who can keep the full court aware of it.
I
Like said,
really
just
don't.
Because I think we could be here a while. If you want to, I'm in favor. It's not like something I'm stuck on. I worry that could take us a long time.
No, we did it for, John, if you remember, we did this 4 years ago, and we eliminated some, we merged some. I just felt like it was time to do them all now again.
I agree.
And so I don't have any focus, and so if there's a way to, and it didn't take us that long the last time. So I think a lot of them will be gotta keep. There might be two, so I don't have a focus. It's just more of a general category, and I don't know how to make it any tighter.
No, I'm fine with that. And there may not be anything that we really feel that we need to focus on. Like I said, I just want to make sure that we, if we do have any heartburn, any concern on any of these, that we can kind of get it, at least some of the background done, right? Not any discussions, nothing official, obviously. But if we have any concerns, if we can just tell ourselves as a court, let's do that homework, let's be prepared to come in so that we at least have those questions ready, and that we could have staff or responses ready, instead of just, I've seen it on some issues. We come up with great ideas, but it just pushes it back again. And I think that I agree. This is something that should be done at least every 4 years, and let's deal with it, be done with it. But that's my only concern, is I just want to be as efficient as we can, because I know we're going to try to be timely with our meetings, and so that would be one of my concerns, is just that we kind of can ensure that that's what happens. So, like I said, no heartburn. I support you fully on this. Mm-hmm. If we maybe just tell ourselves that we need to go to the county attorney or to court administrator, so or county manager, so we can work on that beforehand.
Any other comments?
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
I have an item I want to pull.
Oh, wait, we're on this one still. Just a second, and I'll do it. Yes. The only other thing I want to add to that and comments-wise is going through this yesterday and meeting with the attorney, and it is my first meeting, and I asked kind of some of this stuff. It's like, what do some of these advisory boards really do? Do they have no authority, really? They just kind of... So I would like the chance to maybe go over some of this and see what's necessary.
Some are statute, though.
Yes. Yeah, some are statutory, yes, so we need to make sure how we follow the laws and stuff. So that was my thoughts in it. So we have a motion and a second to table this until the first meeting in February, and also set something up. Do we have to add that to our motion, or do we just table it till?
You authorize
It was
the
part of the
county
motion to
manager.
table with direction.
Yes,
With direction to
Bring it back.
set up a
What's the first
policy
meeting,
or information, yes. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? I think we're unanimous, so that passed. The motion passes.
Well, table number L, we had a discussion yesterday. We met with county attorney and in the constable's office, and so I think with this item is to be tabled until the 18th. Jeannie, would that be enough time for the 18th?
For you to finish the contract?
I believe
Yes.
so, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so my move that we table it to the 18th,
A second.
January.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, sorry, John.
No, I'm
Didn't mean to rush you.
Aye, Judge.
The motion passes to table till the 18th. Moving on to our regular agenda.
Judge?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
We wanted to table 2C, item 24. 2C. And I wanted to ask Juan Pimentel to come up and explain to us.
Which one?
Hold on.
2C, we already voted on to pass the consent agenda. Yeah, we already did that.
You want to reopen?
Reopen it?
Motion to reopen. Which
Motion to
one?
reopen.
Yes, please, I would appreciate it.
Which one, Robert?
2C on the consent
C?
agenda.
Motion
Motion to reopen.
to reopen item C on the consent agenda.
Yes.
I need a second on that motion.
A second, please.
Thanks.
We have a motion and a second, so discussion.
Juan, would you please explain to us?
Hold on. We need to vote to reopen.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. No opposed. Everybody said aye, so yes. Thank you, Juan.
Yes, ma'am.
The motion passed? Yes.
So what are we
Okay.
looking, which one are we looking at?
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. In regards to, there's some bills that were submitted by LAN. At this time, we went back and reviewed one of the bills on the invoice number 171-1007-300-48. Under second page, we're recommending, Public Works is recommending to not pay for hours 3 hours that were submitted on this invoice, and we're recommending not to pay.
What number is that?
That's going to be on the second page of the invoice, and it's for Shane Peterson. It's 2 hours with ABM and contractors on moving President Visit. It's 2 hours on that. And then Shane Peterson walked and talked with Jason Green to prep up for construction for President, and that's an hour. So it's a total of 3 hours total. And we're recommending not to pay those hours.
I don't see that.
And do we have the county attorney's backing on that, or is that discretionary? or-
Yeah.
At this point, if you pass that, then we will hear from LAN on their stance on it, and we'll come back to the court.
Okay. So there's an opportunity to still come back,
Yes.
if there's any,
If they provide contractual obligation.
gotcha.
Then we can bring it back, yes. And no one signed off on this invoice for this amount, or this, do we have a?
Go ahead, I'm sorry. No, at this time, we did submit a letter, but after reviewing it, Judge, we're recommending those hours not to be
Okay.
approved.
Okay. And they're aware too.
As long as LAN is aware that he submitted the dispute of this payment is a process. So I believe that, Juan, could you confirm that you submitted this between the 20 days when you received the invoice?
That's correct. That is correct.
Any other discussion on this? We have a motion and a second to pull the one invoice for the 3 hours to not pay.
So
Yes.
Do we
y'all
need
haven't,
something else?
y'all opened it, so now you're going to need a motion to take
48.
the,
Oh, we just opened it, so now we need a motion
Yes.
to not pay.
Take his
that-
recommendation
Yeah,
to
take the
not pay.
recommendation, so.
that.
So move.
Your Honor, before we begin on this, it would be best to completely remove item 24, because that's the one in question, then have Public Works resubmit the application for us with the correct amount to be paid, and then we'll bring it back to you on the 18th.
Is that your wish, Commissioner Hernandez, to remove item number 24 and have them resubmit the invoice totally? Yes.
Yes, Judge, that's my view.
I'll second that. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? None being, so the motion passes to remove item 24 and talk to LAN and resubmit that invoice without,
Yes,
clear
ma'am.
up that 3, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you, Juan.
Now, Your Honor, we need to make a motion to accept the remaining items on the special motions.
Accepted it, you have.
We've already
they only
accepted
opened
them, we
24.
opened it up just for that one, yes. So now I think we're at our regular agenda items. Item A, number 1, discuss and consider public application to close and discontinue, abandon a portion of West Riverview Drive. We received a phone call yesterday from Mr. Higginbotham, and he has been very involved in this. He is ill and could not attend the meeting, and he asked if we would move this to the February, I think, 18th meeting.
January, February.
February or January?
Oh, January 18th, sorry. Yes, January 18th. I'll make the motion to do
Second.
that. Do we have a second? Yes. All in favor?
Aye.
And which meeting, Judge?
January
18th.
January
For
18th.
For A?
A1.
For A1.
I think we were, could we do that in February? Is there an urgent reason for that right now?
He just called, I know it's been up several times, he just asked for that, but it's
Okay,
it's
well-
y'all's.
Can we do it the first meeting in February? Would that be possible? I'd rather do that one. Because I need some time to meet with staff on that,
Okay.
because I still don't understand what this has been pretty controversial. It's been voted down
Yes.
repeatedly. I need to understand. I'm trying to go to Austin between now and the 18th, and I don't think I can get with them between. So could we do it the first meeting in February?
And I'm gone for a week, so I'll change my
Right.
motion to
That's okay.
push it to table it till the first meeting in February. I don't know what date that is off the top of my head right now. So, and we have a second still?
Yes, second.
A second?
Oh,
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oh, I'm sorry, did you have something?
No,
to-
Commissioner second.
What's the
Sorry.
date on
He,
this?
okay, Commissioner Hernandez seconded. And it was unanimous vote, so we're tabling that. The next item on the agenda is discuss and consider approval of the Nueces County Commissioners Court legislative agenda for the 88th session of the Texas Legislature. We have Mr. Romo, yeah, hello, or Patricia Shipton. Are y'all going to present something? I know we all received a copy of the legislative agenda. If they're here to discuss it, if you have any questions or anything you'd like them to go into more detail about. So I'll open it up if you want to.
We submitted, good morning.
Good morning,
Judge
how are you?
and Commissioners. What you have in front of you is a revised agenda that's a little bit more streamlined. We did put a lot of items under the category of, for us, for the court and us, Patricia and I, to monitor on your behalf. As bills go through the process, there's changes, there's different wording that happens in committees. So we've, after discussions, we thought it might be best for us to just kind of leave those as monitor, so we're not committing the court to supporting something or opposing something that we may have differences with. But overall, we've been tracking. I know Ms. Shipton has been tracking on behalf of the court over 100 bills. You want to speak to that?
Yeah, we have several bills, and we'll start giving you regular weekly reports of the bills that we're tracking. I'm trying to, as you know, with their hundreds of bills that we'll monitor, a lot of them will move, a lot of them won't. We'll try to start highlighting for y'all and giving you little snippets of watch this, don't watch this. But I think we're in the correct position to monitor things until we realize what are the actual vehicles that are moving. And so this will be a lot of reporting and sending y'all constant updates, and then working with your teams to give you that information timely.
Just,
What I didn't, I'm sorry, was somebody going to say something?
go ahead.
You know what, I don't know somebody I didn't like, but the thing is, this whole thing is so broad. We don't even know what you guys are doing, but I like the fact that you're going to be monitoring the bills and get to us to let us know where the bills are, and what's going to affect us from those bills. But as a lobbyist, I think that, automatically you'll be doing just about everything that's here anyway. So I just think this, for us to digest this thing when we got it was a lot, and were you going to be doing all this? I don't know, but you probably were going to be doing all this because you're a lobbyist, you're there, and you're walking around and but I think that it's very important, you shift to what you just said, is you're going to monitor the bills. The bills are something that we really care about, because I don't think we have anything right now that we have submitted that we want to change that I know of. Unless somebody I know we want to make sure we get funded for some of these items in here, right? But like you said, but some of them will go through and some won't go through. So, where some of these items are is really important to us, or to me, to see who's pushing it and where is it going. If it affects one of these here under one category, then we know we got to push it because it's on the road, right? It's on the road to where it's supposed to go. So, but I just think this was kind of real broad for me to say, okay, you're going to do all this right here, because this is just, when you do one, you're probably doing 3 or 4 other ones, right? So I think that for me, and I don't know how we divided this a day. Do we say, are we going to vote on this whole package here, or do we separate? I mean, I picked like 12 of them that I wanted, but I mean, if we vote the whole thing, we vote the whole thing. It's up to the commissioner's court. But my concern is monitoring the bills, and what's going forward and what's not. You know, if there's something that's going to affect us and it's not, maybe we need to work on it early enough if we know. Y'all can call people, we can call people. So, but anyway, that's just my recommendation that next time I think we need to be more specific, maybe list 15 or 20 of them, you know, that we want to really push forward. So, but thank you for all the work you've done. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Judge,
I'm sorry.
and Commissioner Morales.
I know we've talked about this for months now. Judge, if we can get a lighting or a signal system up here just so we can, easier for you to call upon us. I don't want to try to talk over anyone or anything like that. And I know that the county clerk and Ms. Hernandez also have some input, but I wanted to ask our lobbying team, this seems about the same length, maybe a little bit more detailed than 2 years ago. This is the norm, though, isn't it? I mean, we kind of pick general areas where you have listed our top priorities, and these are based on conversations I'm assuming you've had with the court, and I hope you've had with Judge Scott. Yes. Have you?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
good.
Yes, sir.
Good. And I know that was one of the reasons why we wanted to hold back till today, and I did support that and felt that was very important to have the judge's input. I like how this is broken down. It is a little voluminous. I mean, it's kind of broad, but we got to be broad because I know the multiple bills, literally thousands of bills that are filed, there are certain areas that are catchwords to you that will get your attention when you're monitoring them. So I think that's why you have it set for us, the local control, the taxes issues, state funding, disaster preparedness, governance, on and on and on. So I like the way that's set. I hear what the Commissioner Gonzalez is saying as far as he want to pick a few. And we still have a chance from what I remember, and it being 2 years, and then you got to remember 4 years before from now also, or previously, how the system works. But we always have a chance to come back, and you will have a chance to come back if there's something specific that we got to get to you to get to our delegation. Is that correct?
That's correct. Now, I will warn you all that the first 60 days is for filing bills. So we have a cutoff for anything that we want to file proactively. But we have not received any recommendations from the court to proactively pursue legislation at this time.
Commissioner Gonzalez has a tire buyback.
Oh, yeah, the tire buyback program. I'm sorry, Commissioner. You're right. The tire buyback program and the small business grants. So, but to respond to your earlier points, yes, we visited with several departments in the county and with each of y'all, and that's what this is a culmination of. In addition to, you're right, issues that you have seen every session that come up, and we know that they have been of interest to the court in the past sessions. Things that came up, say, even during special sessions last summer, like the bail bond issue, that all of a sudden got a lot of attention and was impacting the court directly. So we added that back in and got ourselves up to speed on those issues. So that's what it reflects.
Okay. And just one other item on, I know you had multiple conversations, not only with us, and I appreciate that. I think that's important. When I think of and I look at our county clerk, I know she's very proactive. Her and also Mr. Kieschnick are very proactive in Austin. They're up there monitoring actively on bills in favor or against that could hurt the interest of not only them but of their fellow members throughout the state and in the counties that those members serve. But aside from that, I'm assuming you'll be working with them and supporting them when needed.
Absolutely.
I know the sheriff has his own items, but overall, this is kind of a county effort, and so I hope that everyone has been included to be able to share that part of it, because I do want to say this is Nueces County, and we as a court back that, whatever it may be, to support or to oppose protecting those various offices. The one item that I did have a question on the top priority, though, because I support all the rest, but, or I think I do, unless someone brings up some good concerns, but the monitoring legislation regarding the expansion and election of port, is election used in another, definitions have multiple meanings. So is this meaning of election, is this meaning time frame, or is this meaning actual elected body?
So that was a result of a discussion with Commissioner Chesney. And election means election, yeah. Voter.
Sure.
Wait, which one are you talking? I'm sorry.
Top priorities, the sixth
Your
down, I think.
Port Commissioner's election.
Oh, right.
Down?
Yeah, I was going to talk
He's
about that a little
gonna
bit.
talk about
Whenever
it.
you.
Present it.
Okay.
And
Just
it-
wait
I
for-
think it was meant for y'all's discussion.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Right.
And Commissioner Montes, on that note, we also visited with, of course, Johnny Hip, who's here today. We've been working closely with him, and as usual, we will work with the neighboring communities with their legislative agenda, the chambers, and so yes, and we, our goal is to represent the court, the county, and advocate on their behalf. Now, it does seem a little long when you look at it, but once you accept we did delete some items and reword some things. It is pared down from previous session or previous agendas that you've adopted. And to your point, to everybody's point, Commissioner Gonzalez, et cetera, that this is a living document. So as things change in Austin, we may move from monitor to oppose or support, and we would come to you for a resolution or guidance before we take action based on those bills as they move through the process, how they may impact you, benefit the county, et cetera. And of course, we would love to have y'all walk the halls with us whenever you're in town. I know, Commissioner Montes, you've already indicated you'll be there for some of the Tuesday TAC breakfast days. And it is a good time early in the session if any of you are in Austin, not only to meet with our delegation, who knows you well, but other key members of the legislature that may be chairing committees of bills that may impact Nueces County.
I enjoy going to Austin. I've spent many days there every session, and I've been doing that for several sessions consecutively. I have a special reason to do that because my daughter's going to be interning for one of our delegation, and so I want to go to Austin to see my favorite person there at the Capitol.
We're looking forward to working with her. That's going to be fun.
I guess we're not his favorite person at the
We're
Capitol
not.
anymore.
You all are. Chairman Hunter is, senators, all of them able, but yeah, thank you.
Judge,
We're good.
were you done, John? Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, so on a couple, one on the governance, where it says monitor, it says monitoree, but monitor, that was one that I put on that I felt, based on the confusion that was had during the emergency powers, and hopefully we don't ever have to go through that again, but there were Attorney General opinions that specifically dealt with things that were not adhered to. And so my hope was this would be more than a monitor, and that the court would support making it a codification of which is a law, and everybody knows that, the Attorney General's opinion that specifically that cannot declare disaster on the same underlying circumstances and the lack of authority to pay bills out of contingent and uncommitted fund. And I don't think, I'm not trying to get too deep into it, because there's lots of different things about the emergency powers and I don't want to in any way, shape, or form get into the governor's, emergency powers. That's a different thing. I have no regard, I have no desire to get into that. That's not my business. That's the legislature's business, not ours. There's 254 county judges in the state. There's only one governor, so what the legislature does with the governor is up to the legislature. But there's 254 county judges, and I promise you 254 county judges probably did it 254 different ways at different times. And that really makes it hard for when I contact the county attorney and say, hey, what about this? What about that? Well, this county does it this way, and this county's doing this, and this county's doing. We've got to have some clarity. And so this was an attempt to baby step this into filing a bill, and obviously we'd have to have one of our delegation be willing to take the bill. But I thought the easiest way would be just to codify an Attorney General's opinion of the city attorney general that maybe wouldn't be too offensive to everyone. Might be, but at least I thought it was worth a try because it was a mess. And hopefully we don't have another pandemic, but we just need some clarity. So I would like to change this to filing a bill, assuming we can get one of our legislative delegation to do it, and not just monitor it, but make it very, very clear that this has nothing to do with the governor's powers, because I am not trying to get into that fight, because that's going to be a stinky mess with the legislature. I know it, and we'll have to word this the right way and explain this to our delegation, that all we're trying to do is just codify what the Attorney General has already opined, and so I would like that to be not just monitor, but filing a bill. So, I wanted to, and I will talk about the port one in just a second, but I wanted to kind of hit on that one first. So if anybody has an objection to that, please let me know. Otherwise, I was going to make that a motion to file a bill to do that, assuming we can get a sponsor.
I would support that. I thought, well, in 21, we were neck deep in COVID still, and it was COVID response. I thought there were several bills that were filed, not by Nueces County, but in the state, or was it chosen not to file anything? Because Nueces County was not the only county, from what I remember reading in the media, that there was conflicts between the courts and the emergency management powers of the county judges. That happened in several counties throughout the state. So was there any bills that were filed in response to that? And can we look at what was done and maybe what was successful about it and what wasn't? Because I don't believe any passed. Is
None
that
of them
correct?
passed. You're right. We were in the throes of COVID and
Right.
pandemic response, and so, and then it became highly politicized in that it drew in the governor's powers. I think this is a little different in that we have an AG's opinion, and I think if you all approve pursuing legislation, our first step would be to coordinate through the Attorney General's office and see if we can get their help. I mean, it is his AG's opinion, so see what their position is on the codification of that. I should think they would be helpful on that, but we would like to start there.
And I'm in favor of that. I just want to make sure we're
Right.
following best practice, and if what's worked before, what hasn't, that we just do that to be more efficient.
And we will look at last session's, all of the emergency power bills, and get you a little summary of that. None of them passed to my knowledge. I'll double check.
Sounds good. Thank you.
So I would then motion that this language be changed to filing a bill subject to our legislative delegation being willing to accept on the clarification of emergency powers of county judges only, and codifying the Attorney General's opinion in response to, or in regards to those opinions that are listed on this sheet. Sorry.
I second that motion.
Which sheet?
Do you
Because
not
they gave
have
them-
this? The backup?
The updated one? Okay,
One
so
that she just gave us,
you're
right?
just going to change one line?
Just
or
going to change one word to say,
Okay.
instead of
One word to
monitor, it would be filing a
File a
bill.
bill.
Okay.
Under the governance,
Under governance, it
Under
was just
governance,
changing the
gotcha.
word to file a bill.
So any other
Instead of monitor,
discussion?
to file a bill for clarification of, and then the rest of it is correct. Just changing one word.
Just changing.
Okay, so,
to
but you're
file.
you're not going to approve the entire
No, no,
No,
I'm
item
this
just
is
yet?
the
You're
one
just going
line.
line by line?
This is
Gotcha.
the
On
one
this
Okay,
line.
that's what I'm trying
no,
to
on this
clarify.
one I am. On this one, because I just want to change the wording. I
Yes.
mean, at some point, we may just do the whole thing, but right now, I want
Okay,
to change
that's
this
what I'm
one, and then I
saying,
want to talk
making
about
sure
the
that
port.
it's not-
So-
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Yes.
So it would just,
Okay.
the motion would just be to file a bill for the clarification of emergency powers, and then the rest of what's on that sentence. That better? Clear? Okay.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second.
And
Any
just
other discussion?
Judge. So you mentioned the small bills grant program and the tire buyback program. So those are already items that you know that I would hope, in approving this, that we do move forward with bills. So I'd want to make sure that maybe we keep a separate list, because I really feel important in having a document that kind of gives us these broad parameters that we support. But I do want to get specific, because I agree the 60 days happens quick. We do need to get something that's very specific that we all agree to.
Well,
there's some
his
other items
motion is really just on the one item on
And that's
that
what I'm saying,
group.
Judge,
Yes.
because Patricia and Joel mentioned the two other items of bills that they know that I've pushed in the last session that were
yeah.
unsuccessful. So I want to make sure if we're making a motion that it includes any and all bills that we have up to this point. If we need to do them separate, we can do them separate, but I just want, for point of efficiency, whatever you all recommend, our clerk or our
Yeah.
county attorney recommend on how to support that.
What I just,
I think we're going to discuss these two items that Brent put on and see if we agree on those, and then we'll pass the whole agenda thing
The whole
together.
agenda,
Yes.
including those.
Yes.
But we recognize that
Including
those are,
those, absolutely.
that those are going to be bills.
Yes.
And since yours already have a support.
I just have to amend this because on here, I can't vote to pass this whole thing unless I amend this first. So I have to amend this first
Yes.
before we can pass the entire thing.
Right, because Commissioner Motez, your
is what I just did.
particular items already have support legislation, so we can work on that to, once approved.
We'll move forward. Gotcha. Thank you.
Commissioner Gonzalez, you had some comments?
Yeah, when we approve the whole items, well, let's go ahead and do yours first, so we can.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, do we vote on the?
We have a motion and a second to just change the wording on the monitor clarification of emergency powers to a bill. Can all in favor please say aye?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed, so it's unanimous. The motion passes. So we can move on to your others, Brent, first before Commissioner Gonzalez wants to wait until your two are finished.
So this was one where I get it's controversial, and I get that it may or may not pass this court. It may or may not get a sponsor. It may or may not, whatever. The Port of Corpus Christi, in my opinion, but that doesn't mean I'm still not going to try. So the Port of Corpus Christi, in my opinion, should be more, the public should be more involved. Having a multi-million dollar quasi-governmental entity, and understand that the port could be a taxing entity. They have that ability. They don't choose to do so at this time, but they do. I think that should have more input from the people. I think the people should have more of a say. I don't believe that particular board should be appointed. It is extremely difficult. Not that difficult is bad, but it's difficult for 14 people, meaning, well, and then the ones in San Pat, so I'm adding on 5 people here and 9 people at the city council, and I don't remember how many in San Pat that appoint, are appointing the people that are running a multi-million dollar quasi public entity. There are different ports that do it different ways. Some elect, some appoint. I think there's one in Texas, and I can't remember which is which. One appoints, one elects, and I think it may be Brownsville elects and Houston appoints, or the other way around. Is that right? Brownsville elects and Houston appoints? So it can go either way. I think also with appointments, there are times where the best people get appointed, and there are times where the most influential people get appointed. And that is not what I think is best for this community or our Port Commission. What we just did this morning was disgusting to have to do. All 3 of those were great candidates. We had a fourth one that didn't even get brought up. He's a great candidate. For 5 people to decide, 3 people who run a multi-million, I just don't think that's the way it ought to be. I think it ought to be, the people should decide, they should be elected, they should be held accountable to the public, because it's hard, it is hard to do what we just did in the sense of picking between 3 outstanding candidates. We're paid to do that. I get it. We're elected to do that. I get it. And I'm not trying to shirk responsibilities, but I really believe this should be decided by the people of the entity that it serves. This should be decided by the people of San Patricio County and the people of Nueces County and the people of the city of Corpus Christi, and not elected bodies. Again, I get it's a little controversial. I get it's difficult, but I also believe strongly that this is what we ought to do. And if I'm outvoted, it's okay. I'll move on. I'll start the year losing a vote. It doesn't bother me. I mean, we'll have civil discourse, and I'm just thrilled we're going to have civil discourse again, and emphasizing the word civil, and I get to finish my whole statement without being interrupted. It's a new day. So I just think this is important, and I'd like to hear others' input on it, and I respect everyone's input on it, and if it doesn't go anywhere and I don't get a second, I can live with that. But I really wish everybody, I hope everyone will really think about this. This shouldn't be about us not being willing to give up power, because it's powerful. There's no question. To be able to appoint Port commissions, it's a powerful, it shouldn't be about that. And I don't think it is for people up here at all, but it shouldn't be. It should be about what's best for our community. How can we be more accountable to our public? How can we be more to the people we serve? And this is a big step in this, and I think we ought to put a bill forward. And yeah, I would make a motion for discussion and to support electing port commissioners.
For discussion.
The motion is to put on the agenda. Again, the words here were, I've got to find it. Hold on. Shoot, where was the?
Suspension and election of port.
It should be to file legislation instead of monitor legislation. So the motion would be to file legislation relating to the expansion and election of Port of Corpus Christi commissioners.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Anyone else? I'd like to discuss when you get through too.
I think that that this is an excellent issue to have discussion on, and I would love for us to include the public. I agree. I think for an item that we're going to advocate, that this perhaps gives the public more input, that the public allowed to have a say. So if we can separate that, keep the language as is, approve that today, and maybe at the next meeting immediately bring up for discussion so the public knows exactly on that one, because that one's controversial. And I think in the end the public will probably say, yeah, they want to vote and have a say in it. And I have no problem with that. I will support that. But just as long as we're not making a motion today to make it part of our agenda today, because I think that is short notice. That unless that was put out in the media or in any announcement, that's not something the public is even aware of that we're wanting to tackle, short of it being a motion today. So that would be my only concern, is that we can bring it back in the next meeting. I want to be done efficiently. Then if we can do that, then great.
Judge and
I have some comments on that too, real quick. While I agree and I support this, I also, being a former legislator as well, unless the city and the port are all in agreement on this, it's not going to pass. I mean, this is basically a formality to get the discussion going. I don't see anything happening with this in the near future or anything, but I agree with the process. I agree that it's too important to just leave up to us. I think the voters should have a say in it, so I'm not opposed to putting it on here, but I think it's highly unlikely that it will pass this time. I think it just gets the discussion started. I also want to let you all know that as a former legislator as well, I still have friends there. I do intend to be in Austin just as much as Kara and Kevin Kieschnick and stuff. I do want to help out any way that I can to help Nueces County and get our bills passed or stop legislation that we need to stop. But it will be stuff that we agree on as a court and a commission moving forward. I think we discussed that. I had a lengthy meeting with them yesterday on this legislative agenda. Right now, with anything on a legislative agenda this early in a process is basically watching and monitoring. Things change right now. There's not a lot going on. I know you have to file. We do need some of those things to get started. But we all know in the end is where maybe if these bills don't pass, things get tacked on to other bills, and so you're watching and monitoring. That's why it is so vague and so long right now. I think it will be clarified as we go down the road and added to if there's something that comes up that we really need to know. That's what they're getting paid for, to watch for us and let us know and drag us up there when we need to highlight something. So I would support this now, because I think the public's going to have plenty of time to weigh in. The city's going to have time to weigh in. The port's going to have time to weigh in. But that's just my opinion, and I'll turn it back over to Brent.
And I appreciate that, Judge. And John, that's what I was going to say too, is there's a long process in this already, and we have a short window, because if the city and San Pat don't sign off, it's dead. And I've already talked to Representative Hunter about it, and that's what he's told me. He said, if the city and the county and San Pat sign off on it, I'll be happy to file it, or Abel file, go talk to Abel about. I don't know who's the ports in their I don't want to speak. I shouldn't speak for Todd Hunter, but he told me the only way this is going to go is if all three. So it's going to take some time. Like, in other words, my thought was if we pass this today, then we would direct staff to send this over to Representative Hunter, Herrero, Hinojosa, La Mantilla, as well as the city of Corpus Christi and San Patricio County, I think, is the appointing body for the other, and say, and J.M. Lozano. I mean, there's a lot of people that this has to go through a lot of ringers, real fast. So if we delay this another 2 weeks, then that is almost going to eat up all the bill filing time by the time it gets to all those other entities. So if we could just, if the court's inclined to pass it today, knowing that, I agree with you, it's been on here for a long time, but I get it. It didn't get out, and hopefully maybe the media's here and they'll cover it. But hopefully what we can do is pass this today, send it to the city, San Pat, our legislative delegation, and say, hey, what do y'all think about this? And see what they say. And if they, look, if those bodies vote it down or don't take it up, the judge is right. It's not going anywhere. So but I think we got to take the first step and get the ball rolling, because not having the public weigh in on the port, and the public is real interested in the port. I mean, we all get emails and texts and holy cow, why and this and how and this and who's the port. They don't even know who the port commissioners are, and that's not the port commissioner's fault. It's just the way it is, right? So anyway, if we could.
Yeah. Well, I second the motion because I think it's something we need to really consider. It doesn't hurt, and it maybe won't go through, but at least it's out there that it's been pushed again, and maybe next time around, maybe people will start looking at it a little more serious and say maybe that's what we need to do. And I think a lot of people that run for the wannabe port commissioners need to have some kind of investment themselves. I mean, it's easy to get appointed, but what do you bring to the table before you get appointed? And when you got to run for that position, and you have an investment. You have an investment to the citizens of this community, to say I want to do a good job, I'm going to do the best, I'm going to do what's right for the community, because that's what I committed. So, and nobody appointed me here, so I don't know anything. So, but anyway, I just think that it's a good idea that we can plant the seed, and if you don't go, you don't go. But and I feel the same way about the hospital district, whatever they have with. I don't know if it's part of this agenda here, but it should be part of that agenda here. Is the hospital district part of this agenda here? It is?
Their stuff is in there, yes.
They were supported. But anyway, this is why I second the motion. I think it's time to really look at it, whether it goes or not. I think we need to put it out there, let people know what we're thinking that could be possibly happening down the road.
Right. Commissioner Hernandez, you wanted to?
Yes, Judge. I also want to tell the public I agree with this. I think the public should have some input in the Port Commission, how it's run, and where they want to go with it. So I'm in favor of this. Let's give the opportunity to the other folks, the public. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. I think we've had discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And so this motion on this one item on here, not the whole page yet. Okay.
Right. Just changing the wording.
Changing
right.
the word to, yes, file a bill.
So do we move to pass the whole item?
Now,
Judge, could I also add, I'm sorry, could we add direction? I want to make sure that staff immediately sends information over to the entities that I discussed about letting them know that we want to file a bill, but we want their concurrence, we want their help, we hope they'll support it, and to get it in front of their bodies for a vote. So I want to make sure that's communicated well to them. I don't want them to be blindsided or think we're trying to pull anything. I'm saying this now, hopefully again someone will pick up on it, but I want to make sure San Patricio County, who I think appoints the ports, the city of Corpus Christi, and let our legislative delegation know that this is circulating around, please. And again, we do have a new senator that represents our area, so make sure that she's on the list.
Just one kind of technical issue as you go through this, just so everybody's aware of the process. Since this, should everybody sign off and the bill, you pursue to file the bill, it's a local bill, so there'll be posting notices, so it's not subject to the filing deadline of mid-March.
That's true. I forgot that. Thank you.
So,
appreciate that.
and I think you have to post it for 30 days in the newspapers that it affects. So
we'll get the notice.
Yeah.
So if we file, and I get that nobody may file it unless everyone signs off, but if we can get someone to file it and then see if they sign off How does that work? Remind me of that. I don't remember the local posting rules as well, so.
You have to post notice of the bill's intent to be filed for 30 days first.
Okay,
So it needs to be done quickly. Yeah.
So, and I will also add, Commissioner, in the past, we have seen other members of the surrounding area delegation, specifically Representative Lozano, has filed bills, various bills, altering the makeup of the port and how those port commissioners are appointed and or elected. He may already be in the process of this without direction from y'all. We have not investigated that. Part of our homework may already be done, in that if there's a bill out there that we can work with,
Put an amendment on. Got it.
then we might be that much ahead of the game. We just need
That's
direction.
what we pay you to do, so
Yes,
y'all
sir.
figure that out. But I just want to make sure all of them know we're doing this.
Right.
No surprises, no catch them off guard. Let's make sure they all know that this is what this court's voted on, and let's see where it goes.
Okay, go, you voted or not?
We voted, it passed, the motion passed for it. So now, do we have a motion to pass I'm sorry, Commissioner, did you want to say something?
No, just.
Okay.
I actually need to say something if I can about this. So I spoke at length several times to both of our lobbyists. So right now, we are going to have to get new equipment and update. That is law. If we did not update our election equipment, our voting equipment, if we did not update it this past year, if we had, we would get 100% reimbursement through the state. Since we did not, because it's a terrible idea, I think you heard about all the problems around the state with the paper audit trail and the different counties. Also, our vendor just couldn't make it happen. Even if we really pushed it, we wouldn't have been able to update to the new equipment. So because of that, we are now on the hook to pay 50%. We're only going to get reimbursed 50%. And so I've talked to Patricia and Joel about it, and I thought it was going to be, I may have missed it, but I thought it was going to be pursuing legislation to perhaps change right now to let us get 100% reimbursement for the counties, that because we couldn't.
We should have had that on there.
So we just need to.
That's
so
a
what do
big
you want to
deal.
add? Just
What
add.
do you want to add?
Yeah, that we can try to get the 100% reimbursement for the election equipment instead of 50.
You want to coin a motion for us so that we can
Why don't-
get it? I'm happy to make it. You just tell me what you want to.
Just the reimbursement. What? Guess what?
100%
If you want to do that broad, whatever the county clerk wants.
100% reimbursement.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
yes.
Yes,
We
for the
want
100%
Yeah,
reimbursement.
I mean, we're all,
Second.
Yeah, for the new
We're all in
equipment.
favor of that.
No, good, but I just thought it wasn't on there, so.
Right. Yes, ma'am.
I
We
may have
should put
missed
it on
it.
there.
So
Perfect.
Brent, you're making the motion.
I'm second.
Just to add it
motion.
on.
We have a second to add this onto the list. Any other discussion? Do y'all have any questions? All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes to add this to our legislative list. Now, it looks like the next thing we are possibly going to do, if you're, is to make a motion to pass this legislative packet
So
for
moved.
them to monitor. We have a motion from Commissioner Gonzalez.
Second.
We have a second. Is there any other discussion on the legislative direction, I guess you call it, for our lobbyist? Yes. There's no other discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. The motion passes for our legislative direction.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. Thank y'all very much for being here.
Is number 3 already included in that motion? The hospital district? It is?
Yes.
So we
Yeah, it's
don't
back
need to
here. It's on
include,
the back.
All right.
yeah. So we don't need to
And then
include.
would y'all get all the red out and make it all and send us a updated copy that doesn't have all the red in it now? I know we did some last minute, y'all did some last minute changes, I get it, but if you can get the perfect, like today or soon, thank you.
I need a copy.
So do we not need to do number 3 then, or do we need to do a resolution?
No, that's
for them?
different.
Yeah,
That needs
that's
to be done
different.
too,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
That
Oh,
still needs to be done, doesn't
okay.
it?
Mr. Hipp, good to see you. I guess you're going to let us know what we need to do here.
Yes. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. And Judge, congratulations on your first meeting. You're doing very well.
Thank you.
With regard to item 3A3, y'all approved in your legislative list an item for the hospital district to pursue legislation to basically create a second way to sell public property. at least hospital district property. And so, Judge, as you know, the mechanism for that is whenever the hospital district has a bill it'd like for to be filed, we customarily bring it to the court, ask for y'all to support that, and for the public to know that the reason we do that is because the first thing that the legislator will ask us when we take them a bill is, where's your commissioner's court on this item? And so this is what this does, is we're asking for y'all to approve a resolution supporting the hospital district pursuing legislation to create a second mechanism to sell hospital district property.
So moved.
Second.
Any other discussion? None. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. The motion passes. Thank you very much for being here. And I guess we'll have that resolution ready for y'all
Thank you.
next meeting.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, John.
On item number A, agenda items number 4, receive a FEMA update. We are tabling that until the second meeting in February. I met with Louis yesterday, and he was not ready to present at this time. He said there was nothing critical or pressing that we needed to hear, but he would like for it to be tabled.
Till February?
The second meeting in February.
What date?
22nd?
Is that your motion, Judge?
Yes, that's
Second.
my motion.
I'll second. Till the
Any other
20th.
discussion? Everybody's okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Unanimous. The motion passes. Number 5, discuss and consider the reduction in the CDBG MIT grant submission to the Living Breakwater Project, Rincon Breakwater Oyster Reef, from 98 million something to 14. I know we had some meetings about this, and I know it's already been tabled twice. I don't like to say that we want to do that, but I want to table it.
Workshop.
And we're going to do a one-item meeting on January the 17th, where we can look at all of the projects that are available for us to use. We can have a workshop, plus then come out and possibly vote on it on the 17th. If we can't get to the voting yet, then we can do it on the 18th. I think we were going to add it to both agendas.
Judge, the only conflict I have is, and I'm happy to do it by Zoom if that's okay, if everybody's going to be here. I am planning on being in Austin that day. That is the
Governors, and I was planning on
inauguration.
being there as well, but we need to do, we can't put it off any longer.
No, I agree. And then,
So it has to be done by the 17th, Judge?
say again?
It has to be done by the 17th.
Well, the application is due on the 21st, so I guess
February 21st.
February
yeah,
21st. So I guess
it's gonna
technically we could do
push-
it. What we could do is, if I don't know how heavy the agenda is on the 18th. We could make it an afternoon, one agenda item or something like that. I just don't know. Like we could have our regular meeting and then just dedicate the 18th.
On the 18th, and just do it that way,
And
where
just
we
do
can
it.
still.
And because that's going to, because I need the presentation on how all this money works. I need to understand what's restricted, what's not restricted, what's allowed, where the LMI comes into play. We haven't had that. So who can give that presentation? Because we've got to get this application in. It's due on February 21st. We're in plenty good time frame as long as we make a decision on the 18th. And maybe we have a little meeting on the 19th posted just to have that as a backup in case we don't decide on the 18th. I'm okay with that because this is super important. But I don't understand all of how this is going to work and how all this money is going to work. But who's going to make that presentation to us? Like, no, we need to know. So is Juan going to be involved? Who's going to make we can't just say we're going to have a presentation and then who knows who's going to bring and who's going to explain how all this stuff is going to work and all the projects are going to work. No, I know Ed Rochelle will be here and I know they can do it, but I mean, I need someone who can, not just this project, I'm talking about the whole process, like how all the money works and everything else.
What is available to spend and what is not. And I think we had a meeting with ICE, and he has a great program that he has.
Yeah.
And
Kind of with the CDBG, right?
yes,
But I don't understand why we keep putting that 98 million there. What is it keep showing?
That was just a tabled item. That was how it was tabled from the last meeting and that was listed. I don't.
I mean, that shouldn't even be on there. I don't know how.
because we're taking down 14 million of this $98 million is what I understand. We didn't get $98 million.
No, 14 coming out of the
Right.
unrestricted CDBG.
So I guess,
So my motion would then be for us to table this for a special meeting in the afternoon after our meeting, this one item, with a presentation on all the available projects that we can use the money on for this whole item, not just the Rincon, the 14 million, the 31 million that is available to be used.
right, and knowing who's going to take, are you going to take the lead on making sure the presentation is, because I can't table this anymore, but we've got to have the whole presentation because we got to see the big picture.
Correct.
I think Juan and ICE would be doing that
Yeah,
as
also
well.
with
ICE
grants,
and Juan.
grants as well.
Yes,
They've been
grants.
involved with the COG people,
Yes.
so we can have
We
them.
can have
I can
everyone
contact
there.
them to be here to just to explain how it works with 31 million.
Mm-hmm.
And what we can do, and what is, because some are restricted, and then half of the money is just can use it in different ways, so we
Right,
can
and
have
like,
that.
Juan, that's where I would need you to, be able to come at that meeting and say, here are projects that would qualify,
That are ready as well.
that are shovel-ready,
Yeah.
here's that aren't. I mean, we've got to do this and finish this on the 18th or 19th or
Yes, sir.
whatever, but we've got to do this and finish this because we've got to have time to get our application in. We've got to make sure we get the money, the 31 million, and we've got to figure out where it's all going to go.
Yes, sir. I'll go ahead and set up a meeting with grants and also with ICE and sit down and prepare a presentation for the 18th, right, Commissioner?
The 18th in the afternoon, a separate special meeting just for that.
Or we could
right?
just say
Or just
posted
add
it,
to that?
or we just post it at 1 o'clock and say, we're going to do that at 1 p.m. And then I would hope we would finish the rest of the agenda by then, and then we would just go into that. Is that okay with everybody? I mean,
Fine.
I'm just trying to
Yeah.
figure out how to.
We'll prepare something.
So we have a motion to do this. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes to put this on the 18th, and we will get this set up with everybody in the presentation, so we will be able to vote on this next time.
And I think we made it as a time specific at 1 p.m.
1 o'clock,
So
1 p.m., yes.
that way, everybody will know when to show up for it and not waste anybody's time.
Item number 6, discuss and consider allocating American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funds, $135,000 for a pavilion in Kiwanis Park. Discuss and consider allocating ARPA funds, $225,000 for a walking trail in Diaz Park. And is this yours, John?
Judge, this, and I mentioned this a month or two ago when it came up on the agenda. One item, the Diaz Park is in my precinct, but Kiwanis Park is actually in Commissioner Hernandez's precinct. And so I'm sure these are both important to us, but I don't mind separating them so they can be voted on their own merits. And also, I don't know, Ade, are you ready on this one, or do you? So I think we can hold off on it again.
Can I say something?
And
I think the most important thing here is that both of those parks are city parks. One is a Rapsana City, one is a Rapsana Corpus Christi, and we can't decide to do anything unless we have an MOU with them or some common agreement.
So Kiwanis belongs to the city then?
Kiwanis belongs to the city of Corpus Christi.
But I think this was coming, these funds were, the reason we tabled this one was because these were county judge funds. So, because that was where you were going to decide, and you were going to decide what y'all wanted to do with this and get with the county judge. So that's the other thing. So I would say, let's table it until y'all want to bring it back, because y'all got to figure out the finding.
We can't build a pavilion unless they agree to it.
Right. So
That's why I was saying that if we could separate it, I think that makes
if
it
we
easier.
table it
since they are.
indefinitely, y'all can separate it and
Yeah.
bring it
Then you
back
can
on your
talk.
own.
And I'll tell you, though, that I did speak with Mayor Gomez from the city of Robstown. They are in favor of this project. We do have an MOU with them, but I don't know if it's specific enough to allow for us to take any action, or if we have to have one, Jenny, created separately to work with them on this specific project. So that would be my question, if we could clarify that, because I know we've done that on other projects, but is this something totally different and new, perhaps? And the scope of it was not a dollar amount I came up with, so that was previously suggested, not by me. So I'd also want to work down perhaps the price of that, still support them, but maybe not to that level.
I also would like to get together with the city of Corpus Christi and probably speak to Mayor Guajardo, see how they feel about it. But 135,000, I think I can still use in my precinct.
And I would like clarification if this is coming from the county judge's funds. I wasn't aware of that.
I think
too.
it was.
Or
I
if it's
think-
coming from y'all's funds for
I
your.
think that's, I
yeah.
think, John, this is the one that you were surprised that it was put on under your name because it was county judge funds.
And also because there was
So-
a similar project at that park.
Right.
That was part of the issue. And I thought, oh, yeah, Diaz Park, we're moving forward. And it was something not that I was working on.
Right.
So, because I was wanting to work on a splash park, small one, not the size that Commissioner Gonzalez has created, but a small one that helps support the city there. But then there was talk of the dog or the walking trail, which I support, but we're doing some similar efforts at the county park, less than a mile away, Judge. So there's a lot of ways that we can try to be more efficient, but I do want to still support the city of Robstown and their efforts
think
on this.
Can
We
move
have
the
a
table
motion
for
to
February?
table, yeah.
First meeting in February?
Or we're going to table it because they're going to separate it and bring it back
Yeah,
totally
for
different.
the first
so,
meeting in February.
Yeah.
Can we do that?
Yeah, let's set a time frame, please. For mine at least. I don't know.
Okay,
Commissioner,
we'll do,
others would
we'll
want
both
to.
for discussion. Table to separate, but bring it back for the first meeting in February.
Sounds good.
Is that your motion, or is it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'll second it, or go ahead, Commissioner Gonzalez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes to table to the second week in, second,
I thought we were going to do that
first
indefinitely.
week.
I thought you said indefinitely.
No, he wants to bring it back in February. Well, he's going to separate
Well,
it
no,
and bring
meaning,
all the information.
indefinitely just means whenever you're ready.
No, I think setting a date is good.
He wanted
That
to
gives
set
the
a date
judge
for
enough
his
time,
end.
myself, and not to,
Yeah, go with it.
Okay.
Because if we push it, it'll
All
just
right.
keep getting
Okay.
pushed.
Oh, it's y'all's projects. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah,
What's the date in February, John?
the 8th. Commissioner.
February the 8th.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I didn't have that either. Okay, the motion passed. Moving on to item number 7, discuss and consider allocating $600,000 to the Santa Maria subdivision. That is your item, Brent, if you want to
Yes, ma'am.
talk about it. And,
Excuse me. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. This was one that we tabled also because it was ARPA funds. What I'd like to do is amend this because it says discuss and consider $600,000 to the Santa Maria subdivision drainage issue to be funded from Precinct 4 ARPA allocations, and I'd like to add and/or CBDG MIT funds because if when we have that meeting, this qualifies for that, then I'm going to use it for that. But I don't know, so I just like to put it either or and have it allocated so the people at Santa Maria know that the money has been allocated, so that Juan knows the money's been allocated, so that we can move forward and there is a funding source, and then we can bring a shovel-ready project back. So that would be my motion. And these are either my Precinct
second it.
4 or
Yes.
CBDG MID.
I'll second it. Is there any discussion on that? There being none, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign. None. The motion passes 4-1. Commissioner Gonzalez is out of the room.
No, it's 4-0.
4-0, sorry.
okay.
1, he's not against it. Yes, sorry.
And then Juan, if you'll make sure and contact the folks at Santa Maria, let them know the money has been allocated and we are going to start working on a shovel-ready project, and then I'll get with you on that. Thank you very much. And Peyton, if you're listening, if you'll make sure and reach out to him as well. Thank you.
Moving on to item number 8, discuss and consider an additional $30,000 allocation to the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation. I am understanding that we've already done $50,000. This is just the remainder of the $80,000 that has been allocated to them. If I'm correct, I'm new here, so y'all correct me if it's wrong.
Yes, sir. Yes, Judge. This was, Commissioner Morris was just faster than me last time. We had made a kind of an informal agreement here in open court. We had some leftover savings from our lobby savings from last year. Commissioner Mata's allocated, the court allocated at Commissioner Mata's request $30,000 additional to the Robstown Economic Development Corporation, and he just got his on before I did, and this is just a one-time $30,000 allocation to the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation as well. That would be my motion.
I'll second, Judge.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Yeah, Judge, I think we also need to have discussion, and since Patricia and Joe left, and this kind of prompted me. we've had discussions on the NCDC and where are we going with that? And I think that needs to be something that part of our legislative agenda. And so maybe we can do it in a future meeting pretty soon, just to decide what it should look like, how it should be composed, all of those things that come with it. So I would just suggest that since we're talking economic development right now, we know the CCR EDC has done a lot of work, especially on some projects in the western part of the county, right outside their purview. But they have done a lot of work, so I support that. But I think it warrants that we have one big discussion item, perhaps on all the entities that serve our interests with economic development and how that should look, at least for the next year or two.
I have put that on for January 18th.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good to me. All right.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes 4-0. Commissioner Gonzalez is still out of the room. Moving on to item number 9, discuss and consider allocating $200,126.40 from the 2022 PPFCO Public Property Financing Contractual Obligation Funds to purchase capital equipment for the Medical Examiner's Office. And Brent, I believe you talked to them about that, or is this something that
Yes,
we've
ma'am.
just been waiting to do?
This is a cleanup. Dale and I and Commissioner Gonzalez met with the medical examiner and Mr. Mitchell, and this was the cleanup item that we had. Where's Forrest? I know he's here. Yeah, this was where we had met, right, and we just hadn't got it on the agenda. So you want to speak to that, Dale, real quick?
Yes, this has been brought up many times when we first hired the medical examiner about getting some equipment, but it was never a official vote by the court. And the possibility of finding funds. As we know, the county just issued the 22 PFCO to help fund the new accounting system for the county. And part of it had to be reevaluated because of the operations are not allowed to be funded through this. So we had some additional funds available in this funding source to be able to cover, and it has to be capital assistance. And this is something we know that the medical examiner has been brought forward, and it's been discussed, and that is desperately needed for this office. And the funds are available for this particular function if the court so agrees.
So moved. Just for the equipment?
Yes.
For the equipment, yes.
Second.
Any other discussion? I don't think we need anything. It's unanimous. It's like, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. There's none, so the motion passes to use this funds to purchase capital equipment for the medical examiner's office. Item number 10, discuss and consider authorizing the county attorney to use salary savings as a funding source for the employee benefits associated with the one-time hospital district supplement to the county attorney's office.
So moved.
Second. Sorry.
Any discussion? None. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. None. Unanimous. Did you need something? Did we miss something for you?
No, it's good.
Okay.
Got it. You got it.
You're really moving us right along. These next two items, 11 and 12, are at the end of our agenda as well, so we're going to skip them to go. I think we have asked to put them at the end of the agenda in the future for
Executive session.
executive session. So, moving on to number 13, discuss and consider the next Commissioners Court meeting and related matters.
I'd like to
Go
move,
ahead.
Judge, that we, our next meeting will be, of course, the 8th, right, of February. I mean, the 18th of January.
18.
But I want to move the time to 8:30 to 9 o'clock.
For just that meeting?
No, for all the meetings.
Future meetings. I want to move, I agree with that. I think we also need to add in that for future meetings, a short recess, even 30 minutes for a lunch break when our meetings are going to be long. If they're going to be over with by noon or even 1 o'clock, then maybe we will bypass that. But we need to have a break for lunch yes.
And Judge, I support being time specific. I think that helps the court, but especially the audience and our staff. I would ask if, and of course you're running the meetings, but if perhaps we could be more efficient and include the e-session during lunch. If we could have the executive session and have that during lunchtime so we could have that presented do a working lunch here.
We can do that.
I think we've done that in the past, pre-COVID, when we were trying, we could be closer. But I think that might help us also just move along, so.
Great
just
point. And
suggestion,
also, in adding to that, now that we're going to have use of a larger conference room, I would suggest that we move executive sessions back into that, because I can tell you, people can hear what we do in here.
Yes.
And it's been relayed to me repeatedly, and I think we need to quit.
Commissioner, the only problem you would have with that is if somebody's going to participate via Zoom, we don't have a setup for Zoom in the conference room at this
Guess
time.
we'll have to get one, won't we? That's pretty easy. I can do Zoom in my house. So, so yeah, I would think, once we get that big conference room reset.
Was it in the older conference when they moved it down here? Because they're moving all of that equipment back to the front, the bigger conference room, so it won't already be in there?
They never had a setup for Zoom.
You can do a Zoom on a laptop. It's not a big deal. So.
Just making y'all aware
No,
of the fact.
no, I agree. But I'm just saying that's easy to fix. That's why we've got a great IT department.
So I have to make my motion has to be all that. So
I have.
my motion will be that we, of course, the next meeting will be the 18th of January. All the meetings will start at 9 o'clock in the morning, and that we break 30 minutes for lunch, but we can have our executive sessions during that 30-minute break, because there is not enough time to go out and come back. But
yes.
so unless time allows, we don't have to take the 30 minutes. That's my motion.
Second.
Any other?
And move back into the conference room.
Oh, and also recording the executive.
Kara just does it on a tape recorder.
Oh, I thought we were going to do away with that too. We talked about that
I like
yesterday.
it.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that one. I want to keep the recording.
Okay.
I like that.
We'll keep this motion the way it is.
Yeah,
then,
please. I mean, if you want to vote on that, just do it separately. I like voting. I like having it all recorded. We just forget things we say in executive session a lot. A lot.
And Judge, I support starting a little bit later, but if we could maybe keep this fluid, I think we'll run an efficient court and be able to get out in a timely manner anyway. But 8:30 is nice, just if we do still plan to get done early, because then we can plan for a longer day here in the office or out in the field somewhere. So I don't mind testing it out. I mean, I'll support this vote.
9 for
but I always like to defer back to 8:30 if we feel like we just got so much on our plate, especially maybe at the beginning of the year, beginning of your term, to knock out a lot of items. But if we can prove or show that we can get this done quickly, then I'm good with that. 9 o'clock.
I feel confident starting at 9. We're still going to be out of here way earlier than we used to be. I feel confident.
We'll try it, and we can always, if there's a heavy agenda, we can.
Just put that in the back of our heads.
Then we're fine, as long as it's posted.
I'm good with it now.
Yes.
Just if it doesn't, then maybe we should reconsider it in 6 months or so.
I agree.
Call for the question.
Do we have a second on that? We have a motion and a second.
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Everybody is agreeing. Unanimous decision, motion passes. I have a question about a future meeting. February 22nd, and I don't know if that's something we need to bring up right now or anything, is the Coastal Bend Day at the Capitol. And I'm not sure if we want to consider moving that, or if we do that in February before that, and wait till then to do it.
February the 18th was a meeting, right?
January 18th is the next meeting. February is when Coastal Bend Day is.
I know, but I thought in February was the 8th and what?
22nd.
Oh,
So that's Coastal Bend Day and at the Capitol. So do we want to bring it up in February or talk about any other possible dates? Do y'all move dates around, or are we stuck with Wednesday?
We do move it. We can, something maybe a day can go around and say, what's a good day for everybody?
Okay.
On the next meeting also we can discuss, and then everybody sees the calendar, and then we can make the decision.
Okay, I just wanted to make everybody aware that was an important day in Austin for anyone that can attend.
Monday.
Moving on to item B, purchasing, and I believe.
Okay, Judge and Commissioners.
Good morning.
This is discuss and consider finding a method of procurement request for proposals for case management software for the medical examiner. Authorize the purchasing agent to publish a notice and adopt an order delegating evaluation authority to a selection committee. This is a project that Forrest here can speak to. and I'm just going to speak to the purchasing aspect. This item is ARPA funded, and so we're recommending that we bid this project out using an RFP method, and so that's the procedures that we've described here. The selection committee membership on this one is Commissioners Court Administration Manager, the Information Technology Director, the Medical Examiner, and the Director of Operations for Medical Examiner. And I'll turn it over to Forrest if you have any specific questions.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Forrest Mitchell, Director of Operations. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Judge, yeah, let me, this is a pretty a quick one too, I think. The case management software, and again, this was an area that Commissioner Gonzalez and I met with the medical examiner, Mr. Mitchell. The case management software is out. We don't have any, or it's not any good. And so basically, I don't like sole source. I've expressed this to the medical examiner, but on this one, I kind of went, okay, we're going to let this one go. But I don't like sole source in general. But they did their research. They went through. They talked to more than one. They got prices from more than one. So I don't feel this is a true sole source. They really kind of did their research and found what I think was the best one. The issue on this one was the continuing amount and what they came to the table with, which I really appreciate them doing. We would be committing to paying out of ARPA the initial money, but then when you buy software, there's the update, and it's about $25,000 a year, if I'm not mistaken. Are you wanting to correct me?
Well, sir, we are not going to be seeking a sole source recommendation for this project. We after discussions with Michael Robinson and the Director of IT, we all agreed that the best method to proceed on this would be to go for a request for proposal.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Then the point of this, all right, let me just stay on the funding mechanism part of it, because the funding mechanism is we will, that's new to me as of right this minute. That wasn't what we met about before. If that's what y'all came up with, good for you. I don't have a problem with that either. That makes me feel better, actually. But we will pay, if the court approves, the initial funding. They have just agreed to freeze a position that will pay for the ongoing maintenance costs, because that was the issue, was how are we going to pay for this going forward, because, you know, because the ARPA money runs out. So this is a very outstanding I think, approach by the medical examiner. I really appreciate them being a partner with us on this and coming in and offering some help on our financial quandary. They will, if we approve it, would allocate the $100,000 or whatever it is from ARPA, because we don't know, but whatever it is from ARPA, and then they would pay by freezing a position for the ongoing maintenance of that. Is that a correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay.
The court has previously authorized $100,000 for the acquisition of case management software, whoever selected by the request for proposal. With many of these software companies, there's always going to be a continuing, cost associated with the licensing, maintenance, support, and so whoever that is, the ME's office is willing to utilize some savings from position to potentially help fund that recurring cost.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No. All in favor say aye. 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 Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes 4-0. Commissioner Hernandez is out of the room.
And Judge, I'll just let you know that this is the first step in a traditional bidding process for the county. The next time you see me will be when we come back to bring the selections from the results of the RFP.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate you both being here. Thank you. We'll move to item C with the auditor. You're on, Dale. Approve the monthly financial report for fiscal year 2021-2022, ending August 31st, 2022.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for this. Sorry for the delay of getting this information to you, but we've tried to keep this out of the agendas for a while to try to save some time when we had in November, December. And some of our time with getting our approvals from our PCARD kind of delays some of the costs as well. So we'll kind of go through this August balances as we speak. If we go to page 4 and 5, you see our balances for all of our funds. The one we always choose is a general fund. As of August, it's $32,368,000. We normally is our monthly expenses are anywhere from $8 to $10 million. So if we consume that will probably get us down to about a little bit over $24 million fund balance. And we believe when we get to September, that means we will have a small reduction in resources when that does happen. But we're working on those numbers as we speak now. Our annual financial report is due March 31st, and we're trying to get all the accruals and evaluations. We have that.
Yeah, you looking at the book?
Yes.
At the book, right?
Yes.
Okay.
If we go to page 10 and 11, these are our self-insurance funds. And the one that we wanted to really speak about is the one is our group health. Normally our group health is some issues where we have some declines and stuff, but as you see, we have $2.2 million in fund balance. And why this was we were able to recover some of our costs from COVID in an amount of $1.7 million, which caused our fund balance to go up. Tomas and I need to work with the county attorney and the court. We need to establish a trust fund for the group health, and I need to work with the county attorney to make sure we get this done, because if we don't do this correctly, and the Treasury sees that we're trying to give money back to ourselves, they tend to go against that. So we're going to try to create a trust fund just for our group health fund, and that way it'll kind of separate this fund from the rest of the county, and that should protect us from any issues on that particular.
Are we in the red on that deal?
Pardon that?
Are we in the red on that?
No, we're positive. We're $2 million positive. Those other two are just because of timing. We do those in September, where we recover the cost of those, but those are just timing issues on the workers' comp and general liability, but those will not be negative. Those will be positive. Our group health is a $2.2 million positive. Normally we're close to being zero, and sometimes we are in the deficit for that fund, but at this time we're not. Or actually we're $2 million, and if all the plans go as we see fit, going through the normal process, we see that the group health will continue to grow and be very sound in the future. On page 16, you'll see our revenue for the general fund. As you see, our revenue collections as of August is 94.2%. We probably will bring in around 97 to 98%. We still are losing some money because of a loss of revenue because of COVID activities, and some of our balances coming in are a little bit low. Good news is some of our interest has gone up. We'll talk about this when we need our investment reports, but right now the interest we're earning in our Texas class is 4.5%. But last year it was at 0.1%. So that kind of tells you a big difference. So that's why we'll be good to begin with. Now, we kind of go through and kind of give you a hint of some of the departments that are a little bit behind on some balances. So we're going to go to page 31. The first one is building repairs, and all of it is because of some of the benefits. When we have a change of a staff, sometimes the person that left had a single employee medical insurance or none insurance, and the person coming in had a family. When you do that, it's a significant increase in cost. So it's not really alarming that that's a small amounts for that particular department, and we're working with the department on that issue. The next department is going to pay on page 37. Again, this is probably the same issue on some supplies that's cost, and this is County Court Law 2. On page 39, we have now this is a little bit different. If you look at the two at the top, you have the 3250 and 3300. They had a change of personnel. They moved some personnel from 3300 to 3250. That's why 3250 is a significant deficit in their balances, but 3300 is a significant increase. So those kind of wash themselves out. But I still need to report that's what is there. The next department is going to be on page 47. Just the piece, precinct 1, 2. Again, this is the issues on employee benefits. If you look at employee benefits, is what's driving that cost. As well as page 50, you have JP 4. Again, benefits is another issue because these are small departments. And you only have 4 employees. The cost relation for salary savings and benefit savings is very small when you have those issues. Next one is on page 54, Constable Precinct 2. Again, these are salaries as well as supplemental pay. When you increase the going from Deputy 1, Deputy 2, or Deputy 3, your supplements increase, your benefits increase, so that was kind of expected when we did that, as well as on page 55 for Constable Precinct 3. Okay, the last issue I want to talk about is on page 61. 61 is where it gets very, very good, whereas we're telling you what's remaining to be spent from the general fund is 18.9%. If we only have 1 month remaining in our fiscal year, what this would be, which should be 8.33%, which means right around 10% difference between that. Right now, we expect to be about 89 to 90% of our total expense in funds, which is great. That's where we want to be. But if this kind of goes up a little bit, that's where we'll have some small decreases in our fund balances in the general fund. And we kind of expected that last year when we did our rate a little bit lower than what was necessary to run. The rest of the balances are just show of schedules and balances that each of you have in your precinct funds, as well as your RTA funds and your capital projects. I'll be glad to answer any question you might have on the monthly financial report for August 31st.
Do we have any questions for Dale? Anybody?
Need to pass it, Dale?
If you're ready, no questions, I ask for it to be submitted and approved.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes for the monthly financial report. And we want to move on to number 2, Dale, the change order.
Yes, Your Honor, budget change order number 5. Now, there are some larger numbers on here, but as we mentioned when we're requesting funds for our new software company, and we went out for that PPFCO, part of that was including operations as well as implementation. After we got the funds, we learned that the operations is not allowed to be expensed through the PPSCO, so we have to actually expense some of this through operations. So what we've done is we moved some of the capital expenses from Public Works into the PPSCO in the amount of $300,000. And what we're going to do is we're going to pay for the operations of the software from the general fund, but we're going to reduce the transfers out of the general fund. So if for fiscal impact for the general fund, it'll be 0. But we still need to do this for a budget issuing point. So that's why you see a $300,000 increase for mine, but you'll see on page 2 the decrease in transfers to Public Works for that same $300,000. The other large issue is for the jail.
Dale,
yes.
All we're doing is switching
We'll
from one to the other, right?
That's right.
Yes.
So there's nobody losing.
No fiscal impact, correct.
Nobody's losing any money.
The other issue is, as we know, the jail has a significant number of vacancies, and they have to hire an outside company to help manage the people coming in and out of the jail, as well as the sheriff's office. I think this is SECOP, if I'm not mistaken. The funds that are there, they have definitely have savings in their salary regular to cover this additional outside cost. These are large amounts, but the funds are there, and they do need it because of the number of vacancies. Your other transfers and budget requests are very small in either office supplies or maintenance repair. My staff and I have looked through each of the requests. We believe that they're valid and are justified, and we submit budget change number 5 for your acceptance and approval.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. I assume
Aye.
there's no more questions. Sorry. Yes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes for approve the change order number 5. Now it's you again, capital project budget change order.
Yes, working with Teresa and Commissioner Court admin and through the balances trying to reallocate some of the costs for our Calderon building, as well as some of our other buildings that have closed, and we've removed it to improvements for ADA or other balances. So for 1901, we're covering the $152,120 for Calderon building. For our 2016 COs, which we're getting that just moving money back and forth between the Rocktown Community Center and the ADA for ADA improvements, smaller balances. Same thing what we're doing for the 2019 COs. We're moving some unallocated funds to the Calderon building improvements, interior improvements, of course. And then lastly, for our 2021 COs, we have a little bit unallocated. We're moving this for these. The new projects are the Nueces County Jail steel wall repair, and then the Hilltop Community Facility balances. The rest are allocations that we're moving, that y'all had all agreed to cover some of these costs. The funds are there, and we worked with Teresa on this, and the funds are available for this approval. We submit project change order number 115 for your acceptance. I'll be glad to answer any question you might have.
I appreciate the new on the side too, highlighted. Do I have a motion to approve the project change order?
So moved. I have one question.
Oh.
Yes. Was there, you said one, did I hear you say one?
Second?
John seconded.
John seconded.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
yes, go ahead.
Good.
Did, you said something about a project, was there a specific project on this, number 115?
For which one?
Number 3, capital, number 115, was there a particular project on that, or what?
Well, these are the ones worked with Commissioner Skorda, Teresa, and Heidi on this. So we have the balances here. I can review these and make sure that I can get back to you later on this issue. But these are what was submitted to her office and our office to work through the balances, and these are projects that are currently in existence.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, can you get that to me later? Yes. Yeah, thanks.
Are you okay with that? Do you
Yeah,
want to
I'm
move
okay.
forward with the? Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to item number, the motion passes to approve capital project change order number 115. Number 4, discuss and consider including grants on the vendor payments exception list, not requiring Commissioners Court pre-approval.
No, this did not come from my office, even though it was put here. This came from Grants Administration. I don't know if Anna's here to discuss this, but at one time, Grants was on our exception list, and I believe she's wanting it to put it back on there because sometimes our grants have time windows that don't comply with getting it through court to be approval. But that's kind of what I heard from her, that sometimes the grant will be coming to an end very quickly, and we need to get them checks issued and paid, and the court might not be for 2 or 3 weeks later. But the court had discussed that we pull this, and it's up to the court whether they want to add this back as an exception.
And I'm sorry, I read what you said, but I can't approve this one here. I'm not, I know we took it out last time, and I just don't like to give an open window to, especially grants, because contracts and everything else. I think there's something real important in timelines. I think it can come back to a date. You can get to the judge, and we can always ratify. If she thinks that important, we can ratify it if we have to, So, but which I don't think will happen too many times. I don't like ratifications either. But anyway, so I'm gonna make a motion that we don't do this.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to not approve this item number 4. Do we have any other discussion?
Actually, Judge,
She may want to
I'd like to
speak.
hear from
Oh, do you want to
Grants.
speak about it?
sorry.
Yes, please.
I strongly request that we do put it in the exception list. We have ERAP, we have utilities, we have veterans assistance grants that provide assistance for utilities, rental assistance, food, and some of these cannot be, we had one invoice that was, could have been paid in the Christmas holiday, and it cannot be paid until this Friday. And they've already been calling that, they're up to a eviction. So it's not only one grant, it's several grants. And the deadlines, it's the timely, some grants need proof of payment. So to process a payment and then pay it and then wait for bank information in order to request reimbursement, it's a timely manner. So I really do request that,
The only concern that I have, I don't mind the ERAP and all that because they're dealing with our community, our citizens.
Okay.
But when we deal with contracts, when we deal with other agencies, I just don't like to give an open blanket, and if it's something like that, something to me, going to pay the rent to somebody, I mean, they should come to the judge and say, Judge, we need to pay this rent. I mean, these people need to pay the rent.
That would be on a daily basis, or,
But why don't you come up with a list of ones, because not all of them, I agree with what they're saying is, I don't like the blanket that you're on there, all of them. If there's specific ones, like, I think ERAP's about over, isn't it?
It is, but we have veterans assistance
Okay,
that
so
do,
make us a list of ones
and Veterans Treatment Court.
that are urgent and not, because grants is too encompassing. To put all of grants on there with all the grants that y'all do that don't require emergency relief, those are the ones we're concerned about. I'm with Joe. I mean, if you want to give us a list, we can put it back on the agenda for the next time. Or give us a list right now of the ones that are urgent and let us look at that. But I don't think grants need to be on the list either, other than for some specific categories of that. That's fine. I'd look at that. So if you want to give us a list of those.
Well, it's something else to consider is that contracts are going through special motions, and that itself has to come through court before payment is done. But other regular invoices on a process, so
Well, just give us a list of the ones you're talking about, like the ERAPs, and let us look at those. But I mean, nobody's.
And the veterans, that come to social services, right?
It's still a grant. The grant is.
Yeah, but the social services is the one actually handling the funds for the grant.
The Veterans Treatment Court is handled by the 105th. The Veterans Assistance Count is Veterans Services and Social Services.
Okay, I'm just, like I said, if there's something you can put on the list, let's do it. But I'm just not gonna give an open blanket.
Yeah, I agree. So if you want to go back and try to make a list real quick, we'll be here in executive session. You can come back. We could hold this item until after executive session. You could come back with a list, and we could look at the list. So we can get you the ones that are of urgent stuff. But I mean, I'm okay with ERAP. I'm okay with veteran stuff. But I mean, I'm not okay with all of it. So if you want to give us some suggestions, we'll take them.
Yes, sir.
So can we hold on this item? Could we hold on your motion until she gets a chance to go do that, and then we'll come right back to it after executive session?
Yeah.
Come back to this one.
Is that okay?
So do we still have a motion so you want to retract your motion?
Yeah, we're gonna hold on the motion.
Yes.
On the second until if she comes back, if she don't come back, then I don't know. We just vote on it.
We're going to withdraw it.
Would you want to
You're
vote
gonna
on it?
withdraw.
Contingency?
I would just say withdraw it, and we'll come back to it after executive session.
Yes.
And then you can make the same motion.
Okay, yeah, we can.
It'll be just more specific to what.
I'll do his motion for now until you come back.
You could
after
just
executive session.
say, here are the exceptions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do the second, John?
I second that.
Okay.
And
I mean, can you do the second to?
so you,
Okay, so we're gonna hold off on that. I withdraw my motion until after.
do you have the motion, Kara? You're good?
I'm good.
We're good?
We're good.
Okay. Moving on then to item D, Human Resources, discuss and consider temporary supplemental pay for the interim senior
So moved.
autopsy. Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Sorry to interrupt you.
That's great. Now, any other discussion? All in favor, say, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Oh,
yes.
Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes unanimously. Now, we are going into executive session. Public notice is given that the Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session any time during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. To the extent there has been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and for those for executive session, the public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda item in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meeting Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.1071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.0074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087. The Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real estate, real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security services, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action item as appropriate on items discussed in an executive session. Now do I need to list these two that we are going to go into session for?
If you could, Judge,
Please.
the items and the
then,
exception
yes,
to open
yes.
meetings.
Item A will be consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to the claim by Robert Novotny dated December 7th, 2022, and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. And item B, consult with the county attorney on legal matters relating to cause number 2021-DCV-4839-H, the estate of William R. Durrell Sr., deceased versus Nueces County, Texas, and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. And that is also the item that I have announced I have a conflict with and will not be participating in. So now, does everybody leave? What do we do?
Yes.
We still don't have another meeting.
Oh, yeah, all the time.
But the time, give me a time. Please.
The time is 10:34, and we are going into executive session.
It's what?
11:20. We are coming back to the regular meeting. 11:20. And we need to, is Anna back with the item number 4? No?
The grants, if she's not here, we'll just go ahead and go with the motion then.
What's that?
The grants, if she's not here, we'll just go ahead and go with the motion.
Well, yeah, she can bring it back. That's
We
fine.
can-
Yeah,
so-
make your motion.
Do you
Or-
want to make your motion?
Well, or do you want to do these and someone tell her to hurry up, or we're going to be gone?
She's coming, yeah.
Okay, let her know. Let her know. All right, so do you want to do,
The executive session item?
Executive items, item A, consult with county attorney regarding legal matters related to the claim by Robert Novotny dated December 7th, 2022, and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071.
Judge Scott, it actually should start putting it on here, but it actually, you can't take an action item on the listed executive, so it's going to be item 3A11.
3A11?
Yes, ma'am.
and did we do a time coming back in?
Yes, we did
Okay,
11:20.
sorry. Making sure.
3A11.
So what will the next one be? 3A?
I'll find it.
12.
12.
11 and 12.
Okay. So do I need to repeat that whole thing? No, you just
3A11.
changed it to, okay. Then, but I think you had a motion.
Okay, on
you
that
were
one,
going to make, yes.
I don't know if we need a motion or not, Jeannie. I think it would just allow you to go back and negotiate or mediate with the Robert Novotny to come up with some kind of an agreement.
Jenny,
I'm sorry.
we're talking to you now.
I didn't know. Sorry. Pardon me.
I said, do we have to make a motion, or we just say we just want to have the county attorney go back and do...
Go back and continue
do negotiations with the Robert
Second.
Novotny settlement to see what to come up with.
Yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, since we can't discuss out here, I guess? Yes. We don't have to have discussion out here on this?
No.
No.
Yeah. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Everyone's in favor, unanimous decision for you to go ahead.
Number 12, you want to go ahead, probably Chesney can take number 12, right?
Yeah.
Do what, on B?
12,
I
12,
listed
executive
anyway.
session, 12.
Oh, 12, 3A12? I have a motion on that. When are you ready?
Yeah.
I was just waiting.
3B12, right? Oh, I have B on here, so.
No, not 3.
It's number 12B on executive session. The motion is to request a mediation with the other side, with Commissioner Matas and myself attending on behalf of the county, and for the county attorney to provide a list of 3 mediators to choose from, and also to ask them to continue the hearing that is currently set so that we can get this, until we get the mediation done. That would be my motion. Anybody? Anybody? Anybody?
Second.
Thank you.
So, do I still get to call since I'm abstaining from this?
You can
or-
call it, you just can't do
Yeah,
anything.
this is like I'm
You're
just not
still the
gonna
presiding
vote, I'm
officer,
still
yeah.
the okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. And
I'm abstaining, so
there you go.
the motion passes. So Anna is still not here for item number 4.
You can always come back later with,
Right, just,
with a list of...
you want to just table it
that
instead?
we can consider, so...
Let's table
No,
it.
I'll just go ahead and make a motion that we don't include the grants department on...
Well, they already are. This would be to include. She put it back on to take, they're already on, they're on the exclusion list already, so we don't need to
But she
do
wants them
anything.
back on.
Yes.
Right, we don't need to
So I
do
make a
anything.
motion, we don't put them back on.
Right.
Okay.
Because that's what it
fine.
says
That's
here,
fine.
right?
That's fine.
Yeah, it
Oh,
says-
Just make a motion
Oh,
not
there
to
you go.
include.
She's here. Anna, you are up, grants department. Yes.
You have a list for us?
I'll divide it. Hold on, please. The copy.
llena de rosas.
Right.
What I'm passing out, having passed out, is some of the payments that have been processed for grants. Now, you have to understand also that I only did Fund 28, which is the majority of the grants, but there's Fund 28 that is juvenile grants. That's also considered a grant. The grants department, my department, is not the only department that submits invoices for payments. They're assigned to whoever's running the program, and they submit the invoices for payments. So this is why I did. For the short list is the ones that have been paid from October 22 to present, or to December 31st. And those are the active grants that have been processed. The second one is for the year of 10/1/21 to 9/30/22.
So,
These
I don't
are all
know,
the grants.
why would we, but why would we want to take the American Rescue Plan Act ones off? That's not urgent.
No, I mean, these are invoices that get processed. These
Right.
are all invoices that get processed, so,
No, I get it, but do you have a list of the ones that, in general categories, that you think are urgent? That was what we had asked for. Like, I mean, there's 30 or 40 of these here. You're not asking for all of these, right? Or, I know you're asking for all of them, but we're saying, what are the urgent categories? Like,
Well, sir, to me, all grants are urgent because of the timely matters that we have to, that programs have to be processed, reports have to
So,
be programmed.
I'm really trying to help you here, but you're really not helping me a whole lot.
Okay.
So you need to tell me which ones have to be done urgently, or I'm just going to support his motion. I mean, I'm really trying to help, but you're not giving me, you can't just say, oh, I get that you think that, but we asked you for something different and said, go give us a short list, and you're coming back and not answering
Then
the
I guess
question.
the short list is the short list that I provided to you, and that is only
Flint
processed so
Hills
far.
Helping Heroes? Why is that urgent? I mean,
Okay.
I
We will
would
do
just
a-
make a motion to table this till the next time and let her fine tune this a little bit and work with or something, because this does not help me.
Yeah, because like the, and I agree, and I want to give you as much flexibility as you need, because yes, sir, I know there are timeframes that come up, but like the HAVA election security, it's going to be needed to respond to, but it's not something that comes up today and we got to approve by tomorrow. I mean, we're given some time, right? So so I agree. I want to give you all that you need, and if you can give us something that kind of shrinks down this list, I think that will be helpful, because I do feel that there are times where between you and the judge, you should be able just to get the authorization straight from the judge and not have to bring it to court, because I know that there are some things that are timely. But
Then
I
we-
agree, not everything should be just carte blanche on there, just,
Such as what you discussed earlier,
Right.
someone with their power during the, December and the cold or something, the veterans assistance and stuff, I think is what we were all thinking in those kind of lines.
With something like the release, I know that there were some invoices that have early release that get signed by the judge, the auditor submits them from their accounts payable. That is something that certain invoices that need to get paid get processed in that manner.
And that's fine, but that's urgent.
Yes.
When it comes to
Yes.
people's lives and safety and rental, I have no problem whatsoever.
Absolutely.
But I just can't open it up to say, Grant's gonna do everything they wanna do without having to court. Because, even you have CDBG here also, and I don't think it should be here, but, I just, I guess I'm gonna go ahead and just table my motion till the next meeting, January the 18th.
We'll just table this until the 18th and see if
Yeah.
she can tighten up the list and give us what she wants.
Yeah.
That'd be my motion, Judge. And I'd be seconding his
Greg made the
motion.
motion.
Sorry, I'm seconding his
Brent
motion. He made it.
Do y'all have any other discussion, Commissioner Hernandez? Did I overlook you
No,
or
Judge,
anything?
I feel the same way as Commissioner Chesty, Commissioner.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes to table to the 18th, and hopefully, and I can maybe even get with you on that, and let's try to find out what is actually emergency, quick, we need response to and everything, so let's try to set something up and do that together. Thank you very much. That is the end of our agenda, so officially, we're done. What do we need to do?
Adjournments in memory.
Oh, adjournments in memory, if there are any upon request.
I don't have any.
Nobody has any adjournments in memory?
Good riddance to 2022.
Anything else? Then we're good. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been my pleasure for my first meeting. Thank you very much, and we are officially adjourned at 11:31. I've got to remember that time.
Good job, Judge.
Down here.